Герои, о них говорит целый свет. Шагают по краю порою, и полнится список побед. Но есть и у них мне на радость изъян незаметный для глаз. Их вера в себя — это слабость, хоть кажется силой подчас. Известен наперед мой следующий ход, когда поверишь, что не победим. Всего один внезапный поворот, судьба свое возьмет, закон ее суров, порядок нерушим, не стоит спорить с ним. Судьба позволяет и пешком ходить в королях, но время идет, и в финале все будут на нужных ролях. Для каждого зверя найдется однажды надежный капкан, и все, чем борьба обернется, напрасная жертва богам. Известен наперед мой следующий ход, когда поверишь, что не победим. Всего один внезапный поворот, судьба свое возьмет, закон ее суров, порядок нерушим, не стоит спорить с ним. О, сколько знаю о героях я историй на один сюжет. Всякое деяние благое за собой рисует темный след, и душам храбрецов вовек покоя нет. Известен наперед твой следующий ход, когда поверишь, что не победим. Всего один внезапный поворот, судьба свое возьмет, закон ее суров, порядок нерушим, не стоит спорить с ним. Герои, о них говорит целый свет. Шагают по краю порою, и полнится список побед. Но есть и у них мне на радость изъян незаметный для глаз. Их вера в себя — это слабость, хоть кажется силой подчас. Известен наперед мой следующий ход, когда поверишь, что не победим. Всего один внезапный поворот. Судьба свое возьмет, закон ее суров, порядок нерушим, не стоит спорить с ним. Судьба позволяет и пешком ходить в королях, но время идет и в финале все будут на нужных ролях. Для каждого зверя найдется однажды надежный капкан, и все, чем борьба обернется, напрасная жертва богам. Известен наперед твой следующий ход, когда поверишь, что непобедим. Всего один внезапный поворот, судьба свое возьмет, закон ее суров, порядок нерушим, не стоит спорить с ним. О, сколько знаю о героях я истории на один сюжет. Всякое деяние благое за собой рисует темный след, и душам храбрецов вовек покоя нет. Известен наперед твой следующий ход, когда поверишь, что не победим. Всего один внезапный поворот, судьба свое возьмет, закон ее суров, порядок нерушим, не стоит спорить с ним.
We've braved the joy, and I love...
You're not quite certain you'll ever sleep soundly with Sabine in any sort of proximity.
Enough!
keep saying that. It won't save you.
Bishop Alexander lies supine on a bare wire cot. Though unconscious, his eyes are only half closed. His swollen jaw hangs open at an odd angle. You can't quite make out the details. You need bruises swell beneath his eyes, and a shallow gash zigzags from his right ear down to his beardless cheek. Unconscious, someone has wiped the bishop's hands clean and folded them neatly over his abdomen. A young magister paces around the brig, fussing over Alexander's unconscious form. She leans over and applies a damp... She notices you observing her. She straight...
Magister Ranley, Corker's mate of the Divine Eminence vessel, Lady Vengeance. That's all the information I'm giving to any of you lot, so stow your questions. Ranley, Corker's mate, Lady Vengeance. Magister Ranley, Corker's mate of the...
A young woman shifts, her eyes roll up.
Hey, it's you! Well, 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 we meet again.
The Seeker flexes her arms stiffly. Her joints audibly pop. She sees you draw near.
I owe you, Godwoken. Without your help, I'd likely still be a prisoner around here.
She nods her thanks and immediately winces, laying her hand on the back of her neck.
Being behind bars suits you, murdering scum.
Magister Ranley, Corker's mate of the Divine Eminence vessel, Lady Vengeance.
Can't you say anything else? Bloody magisters.
me if you're looking for hired help. I've got good fighters, so what'll it be?
There's something to these doors I'm not seeing. But what?
Hey! You're here! Pretty nice boat, eh? We got an up. There's got to be another way to get it going.
The door seems like any door, at least at first. Then you notice it's unblemished wood. There is no knot, no scratch, no dent. The wood groans and creaks. A face appears in the wood, tortured and tormented. The face vanishes. The thud of your fist upon the wood resonates deeper. The door seems like any door, at least at the wood groans. The face vanishes. The thud of your...
What am I even looking for? Will I know it when I see it? Where would I hide something important if I was a Magister?
The door remains unmarked. The thud of your fit... The Seeker has
You must be starved for company to linger around here, friend. Good luck getting anything out of either of them. Our special guest is out cold, and the other one ain't in much of a talk. All right then, just... I'll keep an eye on the red until the cage is locked again.
Get away from him, sorcerer. That's all right.
Bishop Alexander lies supine on a bare wire cot. Though unconscious, his eyes are only half closed. Bruises swell beneath his eyes, and a shallow gash zigs. Someone has wiped the bishop's hand. A beautiful six-sided gem rests on the bishop's chest. Hung round his neck by it, the gem sits heavily in your pouch.
Swinging from the end of a rope, not locked up in here.
Magister Ranley, Corker's mate. Magister Ranley, Corker's mate.
The door remains unmarked. The anguished face appears once more. It dips its forehead towards you and waits. The anguished face vanishes. The door remains unmarked. The anguished face. A shudder of pleasure racks the figure in the door. It seems to breathe. All of a sudden...
I am summoned. Speak the password. You've summoned me with the gem, indeed. How very unfortunate for you. And how... No. The human mind is as simple as it is. This is the stateroom.
No entry allowed. Please use the port side door. Listen up so I don't have to repeat myself again. I am not an entry door. Ugh. Fine. Answer the security question. Attacking wastes your time and annoys me.
Whatever type of companion you need, I can provide.
Before you is a towering figurehead carved in the likeness. At that moment, the ship serendipitously creaks beneath you, almost like it is acknowledging your searing pain races up your arm. The ship senses you. The pain intensifies. It's spreading past your arm, across... The figurehead looms ahead, continuing its silent watch of searing pain. The pain in your arm subsides to a dull tingle. Searing pain races up your... The pain in your arm subsides...
Expert warriors for hire, all seasoned in combat. They won't let you down.
Magister Ranley, Corker's mate of the Divine Eminence. Magister Ranley, Corker's mate of the...
The Magister falls... The Magister's stare hard...
Magister Ranley, Corker's mate of... Magister Ranley...
The Seeker has removed...
You must be starved for company to linger around. Don't worry. As soon as she changes her tune, you'll know about it.
No one's ever regretted having extra help in a fight. I'll guarantee you that.
Good to feel the rolling of the waves. I might actually get a good night's sleep.
As you approach, the silent...
It is one...
Allies for hire.
This is the... Yes.
Just one more moment, please.
He clicks together two halves of some type of gauntlet.
And there. Rescued at last, am I? To whom do I owe my thanks? Armor? Such a limiting... Dallas has been keeping me prisoner here. But I try to keep working on my own projects when I can. Dallas took a particular interest in me and my skills. She kept me here to do her bidding. Until you took her flagship from right under her nose, it seems. Oh, yes. She could be a...
He extends his arm and pushes up the sleeve. Beneath, the skin is withered and discolored, as if it...
She used some form of domination device on me, forcing my hands to do her bidding, and I've ruined them in the process. Oh, cast spells, tinker with relics, meddle with the laws of nature. All the sorts of things power-hungry despots love to do.
He clicks the gauntlet into place around his withered forearm.
But that damn contraption that she used on me seems to have fogged my memory. The rest is a blur. Trust me, convenient is the last word I'd use to describe the experience. Pass me that copper wire there, would you?
An unseen force yanks the copper out of your grasp. Tarquin catches it.
Butterfingers? I'm afraid I truly can't remember anything. Now, unless there's something else you want, I need to get back to my work. I'm doing my utmost to be civil to you, under rather trying circumstances. Why must you push me like this? Well, you're painting me into a corner here.
Anyone who faced enslavement deserves our sympathy, not our blades. Leave him.
He takes your hand in his gauntlet-clad fist and shakes it. There's a lot more power.
Call me Tarquin, and consider me at your service. I must admit, despite what she did to me, I can't help but admire her a little. So if you should cross paths again, be sure to leave her broken. You will not get another chance. There's likely not a soul aboard this ship without secrets they'd rather keep hidden. Why should I face more scrutiny than the rest? Unanswered questions are a challenge, my friend. Where's the fun in easy answers? If you're so convinced that I'm hiding something, come up with a I'm glad you decided to put the... I'm glad you decided to put that moment of doubt behind you. The last thing we need here is more unpleasantness. I'm glad you decided to put that moment of doubt behind you. The last thing we need here is more unpleasantness. I'm glad you decided to put that moment of doubt behind you. The last thing we need here is more unpleasantness. I'm glad you decided to put that moment of doubt behind you. The last thing we need here is more unpleasantness. I'm glad you decided to put that... I'm glad you decided to put that moment of doubt behind you. The last thing we need here is more unpleasantness. I'm glad you decided to put that moment of doubt behind you. The last thing we need here is more unpleasantness. I'm glad you decided to put that moment of doubt behind you. The last thing we need here is more unpleasantness.
For secure.
This looks like a teleporter pyramid. It could certainly come in handy. This is written in
teleporter
ancient
pyramid?
lizard script.
Only one way to find
It
out if it
appears to be a
works.
song.
Try using it.
I've spotted something.
I'm a mom. I click and my eyes suffer. Mumsy? Is she here? Mumsy, where are you? 'Tis I, Booply Bear. I am quite changed. I hear this feline's lament, O immortal gods. I am so...
I've spotted something.
Your eyes brim with inquiries.
I'm glad you decided to put that moment of doubt behind you. The last thing we need here is more unpleasantness. I'm glad you decided to put that moment of doubt behind you. The last thing we need here is more unpleasantness.
saw what I could not. It seems Malady is quite right about you.
You made it, Godwoken. Good. Not all of us did, though. Our entire mission will have been for nothing if we don't escape from here. We have to get this ship moving.
Yes? I won't be able to breathe easy until that island disappears.
There you are. I was just pleased, don't...
Void Slayer, Worm Killer, Godwoken. You have many names. Let's add ship's captain to the list once we get this thing moving, shall we? Keep Lucian...
I warned you, didn't I? Why did the gods choose a fool with a death wish to be their champion?
Nothing on any of the dead bodies. Maybe there's something...
Did you hear? We're bringing you to Meister Siva, the head of the Seekers. If we can get out of here, that is.
sense something nearby. Were those guards or victims?
Both, I fear. Another pyramid.
I'm glad you decided to put that moment of doubt behind you. The last thing we need here is more unpleasantness.
Expert warriors for hire, all seasoned in combat. They won't let you down. You can put a price on the warriors I have for hire, but you can't put a price on the glory they'll win you. No one ever regretted having extra help in a fight. I'll guarantee you that.
I'm glad you decided to put that moment of doubt behind you. The last thing we need here is more unpleasantness. I'm glad you decided to put that moment. We're barely acquainted. Why should I tell you anything personal?
pray to you for my Seeker brethren. Show us the path to salvation.
The figurehead looms ahead. Continue. The deck beneath you groans and trembles, like the ship itself is awaking from a slumber. A deep sigh emerges, unmistakably the sound of a living being.
You are not. You sang the song. Now you must decide my fate. Are you to be my new master? Ask. I am here to serve in all ways. Sacrifice must be made willingly. Our home was stolen from us. Magisters destroyed our way of life to end the war they started. Then they uprooted me and they tore me apart and turned me into this monstrosity.
The creaking of the ship eases into a
Once, I was an elf. But that time has passed. I saw that forest reduced to a dead place. Then I was taken away. My memories were lost, like the leaves from my branches.
The creaking of the ship beneath you ceases.
You are kind, but I can never be free again. Not truly. I am a vessel and...
The ship's awake. Is she ready to sail? Please, don't.
Put this island behind us. Our sacred ancestor trees, turned into the slaves of warmongers. Our sacred ancestor trees, turned into the slaves of warmongers. You did it. You spoke to it. Blessings to you, sorcerer. Now we can escape this place. The ship is awake. We have to make good on our escape. There is no time to spare. We have to put this island behind us. The ship is awake. We have to make good on our escape. Our sacred ancestor trees, turned into the slaves of warmongers. The ship is awake. We have to make good on our escape. The ship is awake.
Well,
We have to...
A slow toot.
To driftwood, then. Be quick.
There is no time to spare. We have to put this island behind us. There is no time.
It moves forward.
With the sun on their backs and the wind in their sails, the God-woken watched Fort Joy shrink behind them. But their capture of the Lady Vengeance had not gone unnoticed.
I respect your mettle, sorcerers. You steal my ship, kill my bishop, and ally with demons. But you have no idea what you're really dealing with.
We are ready.
Yes, but are they...
I swear, mistress.
Very well. Goodbye. This is my ship. I won't see it taken from under my feet. You, act!
Oh, for the love of the void. Listen up. We can't win this one, but I can get us to safety. Show us what you can do, Godwoken.
Godwoken?
I'll take...
Let's see how it suits you.
Stop that elf! Her sorcery must be silenced!
You're enough to take me again, Dallas.
It's like lava flowing through me. I can't contain it for long.
help of the half-demon malady, the Godwoken escaped through the veil that separates life from death.
The air here has a familiar smell, like the place you grew up. Old memories begin to well within you, but the sweet sour smell of decay suddenly punctures them. A faint creaking sounds.
Our shield speaks, Quercus! Prick up your phantom ears!
Is that a tree? What's that? Must be a way across. The gods, are they dead? How can this be?
Rallick hangs limp from the tree, cursed branches constricting him. His helmeted head hangs slack at his side. But a barely...
Hurry!
Tight coils wrap Tyr's and Elias from head to... Ever-tightening cursed branches constrict the great dwarven god Duna. His eyelids flutter, and... Before you hangs a great ethereal orc, his face twists... A small, stout imp winces under the countless... Cursed tendrils tighten around Zorstissa. Amadia hangs... You lean in. That's no Tyr. It's Source. As the cursed branches slither away from Rallick, he raises his head.
Are we the first? The others do...
He strains at the ethereal ropes that bind...
You must make haste! I am bound, but not defeated. Not yet. This is not the work of fate. It will come for our people. You are my chosen. Now you must become... I have survived our enemies. You must do more than that. You cannot comprehend what it is, but you know full well what it wants. The Void, it thinks it has defeated me. Defeated all the gods.
His eyes flash bright green. He struggles.
You will... You have already unleashed some of the powers locked within you. But there is a great well of possibility. You cannot stop until you ascend. You cannot stop until you become divine.
Like Lucian, you will be called to unite the powers of the Seven against the Void. Like Lucian, you will lead our proud people to preeminence. But unlike Lucian, your weakness will not lead you to foolish failure.
He opens his mouth to respond, but stops and tilts his head.
I hear the Void. I hear it calling. I hear...
Rallick's face twists in fear. He opens his mouth as if white-hot cold pierces your heart like a blade. You are frozen.
What's happened?
The same troubled look is visible on each face. You've seen the gods beaten and defiled, strung up as a warning.
What can yet be blessed, can yet be restored. One way or another, divinity will survive. Through all of you.
I rather liked the tree's ornaments.
This place is strange. I cannot bear you away from here. You must find other means so that we can leave. Death washed over me as we entered this place. I felt many lives extinguish in a single... The one who brought us here. The demon that wears the face of my kin.
Where have you been? I can't keep this up much longer. We need to go. Seeker's dead, Alexander missing, God-woken passengers deceased. And unless you want to die too, we need to go. Now, there's no time. I can't... Brace yourself. A lot.
The chill of the Hall of Echoes clung to the Lady Vengeance as it returned to the shores of Reaper's Coast. The Godwoken were alive, but what of the gods?
Yes, this solid ground materializes beneath your feet. Your weight falls back into your body. As your eyes adjust, you realize you're still aboard the Lady Vengeance. Melody explodes in a fit of retching that racks her body. At last, she sneezes and expels a glob of something shiny.
Let's not do that again anytime soon, hmm? Well, we needed to escape, didn't we? So I took us the one place... I suppose you recognized the Hall of Echoes from those visions you'd had before. I do hope you learned something useful on our little field trip. Desperate how? I see. So, your god seemed uncharacteristically frightened, told you the void was coming, and that only you could ascend... Well then...
She inspects her fingernails with great attention, then looks up at you.
Did they mention how you were meant to become the next divine? Well, luckily for you, we already know you can bless, but as far as I know, you can neither see source. I may not know much about divinity, but I do know that any godwoken worth their salt will know how to perform. You need to go see the Meister. As have I, but not in the ways a true God-woken can. Forget those ghastly little... You ought to be able to see and speak to the spirits that wander our realm. And you ought to be able to extract the source they leave behind, too. When you're done, you'll be able to amass and unleash quantities of source, so I quite look forward to seeing it. Oh, she's got one of those things in Driftwood, you know, the building where people go and they do things inside of it. Home, that's it. She's got a... Give me your map. There you are. Tell her you're at the beginning of a long journey, Godwoken. Now, I must be going. And so must you, shopping. Why, our faithful little sloop, of course. We can all ride together. Before you go, if I'm not back by the time you find out where our journey takes us next, you can call me back here. And in the unlikely case you don't manage to do whatever it is you'll need to do to become what you need to become, you could call me.
Damn it, is nowhere safe! Red-robed lunatics at sea, those void-woken seedlings in the swamp, it all... What if it's too late, What if the Knights of Dre are too far ahead in their plans?
At least here, our shield's ignorance can be forgiven, Quercus. The Knights of Dre do not go... You know their order, my friend. Mystic Squirrel Knights.
The squirrel absent-mindedly runs a paw over Quercus's spine.
They plan to inherit the everlasting forest once the acorn drops, and the world is rid of all giants. They believe that only the arboreal will, and should, survive.
It thinks we are sitting here twiddling our paws, Quercus. Perhaps we haven't succeeded yet, but we have other...
The Knights of Dre are a dangerous, dangerous order. Lunatics. Us together, Quercus, we can develop some magic to save us from the Great Acorn. Yes, it has done an admirable job so far. It certainly lasts.
But does it understand that we could be wiped out at any moment? Does it understand the risk?
It's an idiot. Still, it would be a shame to see any harm come to it. Here...
The squirrel reaches out and touches your ankle, sending a hot flush rippling through your body. Your mind's...
Now, listen carefully, Shield. The plan is thus. Do not die. If the Shield can hold up its end of the bargain, we might just have a chance to complete our research. We...
Hello again. That's twice now you've saved my skin. And I think it's time to start repaying the favours. I could fetch some stuff you need. Up to you. You know...
Hail, friend, and remember, in Lucian's love there can be no wrong. Paradise awaits. Not an actual paradise, of course. I don't think there's such a place in all of Riverlong. Paradise Downs. My parents still sow the soil there. I miss it. I miss them. They've been forever understanding of my duty. But I admit, only as often as I need his guidance. When I invoke Lucian's words, I invoke his deeds too. He stood for the defenseless when the Black Ring rose.
Gareth's nostalgia lasts for just a moment longer. He can...
I've plenty of fighters for hire. So, what'll it be?
I hadn't realized I was in such illustrious company when we met before. Most fascinating, the things I've been hearing about you. Why, it was your ally, Malady, who spared me. She claimed that I might be of some use yet. That you're, how did Malady put it again? A God-woken. Yes. Come now. You've seen the state of things. A potential savior from all this void-woken nonsense, and some without, I would imagine. We all have secrets. Do I oblige you to spill your heart to? Most people are too sentimental to admit that friendship is a transaction. I am not. I'm sure we can both be of use to each other. Marvelous. Great things abound in our future, I'm sure.
The silent monk cocks his right ear towards you, then his left. He appears. As you approach, the silent monk puffs a bit of air.
Here we are, Reaper's Coast. We made it. The hunt. To be God-woken is all well and good, but above all, somewhere further inland, Roost Anlon breathes. All I have to do now is pick up...
The angelic figure stands and you feel weightless. A dying shark lies gasping on the sand, bleeding from the mouth and gills. It turns its dark and soulless eyes to you. Its bloody gills open in search of... It gasps in the air, struggling for the breath to speak.
No! Die here! Monsters in the water!
It looks at you with its cold, flat eyes as if to say, do what you will.
Woken had someone in its claws. I remember one just like this. Could have been a shipment to Fort Joy. What's happened here?
confusing, does it?
Itch.
Looky here, Bugs.
The little boy lobs a stone across the river. It makes a long arc before plunging into the water below.
Oh, Ma! Are you all right? Huh? There was a fight. Some dwarves attacked some magisters, and there were sorcerers too. And they killed everyone. And my mom got 'em to chase her, and she went across the bridge, and then she raised the bridge, and she told me to. I'm not trying to stop them. Just distract them. When they finish whatever they're eating over there, I don't want them to start looking. You will. Listen, Ma's in our house across the river. The bugs haven't gotten in yet, and all you need's a way across. Ma lifted the bridge, but there's got to be another way, right? What should I do?
His gaze shoots to the ground. He grabs a small flat pebble.
I'll keep distracting him. No way. Ma.
He performs a divine order salute.
Now go out, Ma.
White as driftwood salt, the dwarf flinches at your approach, yet she holds a short, clean blade aloft. Her fierce stance can't hide the trembling.
Back! Back! Magister, I'll kill you, just like the rest of them!
She slumps, all bravado
No. I've never seen anything like those beasts before. Are they those? Yes. Worst ones I've ever seen. Ripped through the magisters, the dwarves, dead.
Her eyes stare vacantly into the distance.
I don't know. Old Duna's beard. Lohar. My boss Lohar will want to know what happened to them, but I can't remember. They're helping sorcerers. We thought we could help them against the magisters, but... No, I don't know. Let go of me. Let go, please.
She pulls herself free of your grasp. twist your head around as the Magisters haul you away. Your wife and 2 boys stand in the doorway, helpless. You commit their faces to memory one last time. Wendy cries out something to you. You tell yourself it was, "I love you," or "We'll wait for..." From the dark, you stare up at the thin slivers of light visible between the floorboards. Shadows ripple across the slivers. Wood creaks above your head. One of them has paused. Your breath catches in your throat as you wait for him to move along. But you hear only one gruffly barked word before the hands... You remember a cold childhood in a no-hope fishing town, bullied mercilessly by a dwarf named Lohar. With no other prospects, you sign up as a Magister, eager for the power denied you all your life. Work, work, work. That's all there was in Driftwood for a dwarf like you. Until you got involved in the anti-Magister resistance. Then, the work was still there, but also... Followed by Magisters in the far north, you were force-marched to this foreign land. A moment of hope as a grinning dwarf removes your source collar. Warm red wine flows down your throat. The languor of a tavern evening soothes you. Suddenly, shrieks rend the night. The Magisters have come! You stride past the chained sorcerers and climb onto the caravan without complaint. As you settle onto the bench, you offer Ralik's blessings to the Magister. He offers only a bleary-eyed stare of disinterest in return, before shoving the chained sorcerers aboard. As you watch them cower, after all, don't they know they're going to be set? Eloisa was the prettiest girl, not to others, but to you. Her luminous eyes shone brighter than the moon. The day you collared her for Fort Joy, you wept every tear you had. You never cried again. A boy at swim. Your name is Joe. You're 9. You're brave. You're off to see your mum. A shadow moves below you. A jagged vice closes on your thigh and pulls you down. A sea voyage. Children and adults huddled together for warmth and comfort. Early memories are overshadowed by a terrifying death, a tempest of teeth, scales and snarls. Your mind is empty as a new moon. Something seems to have cleared it out. You hated your work for the Order. You wanted to be a stonemason, marry the bed. You were awash with muddled thoughts, confusion, anger. For many years twinkle behind you like distant stars, tiny but beautiful. A single name throbs across your brain. Verdas, Verdas, Verdas! He must escape. He cannot die here. He cannot! You curse as the knife lances into your thumb, deflected neatly off one of the rough-skinned spores you and Thews took from the prisoner. A wet pop behind you. Thews on his knees, his spore cracked and smoking in his hand. Thin sprouts push from beneath his eyelids. His nose. You move to help your friend, but stop short. It's the elf woman, crouching behind Thews with her chains broken. And you are choking. The spore boiling in your hand as gas blinds you. You feel something stir in your chest. You had a taste for wine and ale, as well as a variety of other. You are a tough, dwarven smith of great experience and talent. You wanted to make an... You are nothing. You are no one. You do not exist. You are nothing. You are no... You hardly recognize him, but there he is, Alexander. You're shocked to see a sorcerer's collar around his neck. He seems so different. Looking around Fort Joy, you feel excited. A new environment to explore. You eat Griff's hand, and you see him putting animals, dead for days in the blistering sun, whole into his cooking pot. You thought hard on the location of your fortune before passing. You wanted an elf to find it. You urge... You see him coming for you. You saw what he did to the other. You cover your face with your hands. You've just heard the news. The elf... You are ever sodden, ever sandy. The smell of guts and sea waste cling to you like a ghost. A deluge of happiness. You played the flute. You were a genius maze builder. Clear of mind, sharp of wit. You built an invisible staircase. You are floating a few inches above the ground. Your friends are impressed. You bask in their hoots and... Your grip tightens around the blade's hilt. You never felt such rage. You're stumbling away from the shoreline, a deep wound in your side. Behind you, the remains of your ship, a clearing further inland, a camp, a Magister camp. They weren't supposed to be here, yet here they are, twice as many in number as you and my friend, but the sky is already thick with... You are an abomination, a crucified figure blazing with sauce. You hear scream.
took just the... I found the culprit. Tell that to Big Marge. If...
Did you hear? No one to keep them. Not my eggs.
Eggy, gone. People? Help, Marge. Marge?
You. Where are...
Eggs? Find eggs? Eggs? Find eggs?
You.
I saw. They were stolen. The babies, the eggs, big as a cow, big as a house, and many legs. Too many. If I showed you, you could bring them back. Map. Show me your map.
In a flurry of feathers, she leaped.
That's where they are. I went after my babies. I saw where they bring them back.
Yeah, guess you're right.
Of course I'm right. Stick with me, kid. I won't steer you wrong. Get yourself in check, boy. I won't have you running off like Millicent and Tully. You'll just end up sliding down some Voidwoken's gross gullet, piece by piece.
The older-looking Magister notices your presence. He wipes his grubby hands downward across his greaves.
Halt! What word do you bring? Word of battle? Word of our Magister brothers and sisters? What can you tell us?
The younger one's face goes pale, and his eyes widen. The other remains still.
The Voidwoken come.
Hush, Fader. You may pass, traveller. Dare say you'll be aching to leave before long anyway. But before you do, find Raymond. Be quick, mind. He said...
He nods his head in the direction of the bridge.
As long as you stay...
The Magister smiles, but he does not make eye contact with you. He shifts.
Thank the Seven I've Aldous to guide me in these times. He allows me to borrow a bit of courage from him when I need. It's only a matter of time, you know? Outside Driftwood, not even the sharpest blades can protect us from those... things. Our numbers dwindle, I'm hard... I know they disappear without a sign. Magister Carver's looking into it, but it's been so long since we've talked. Farewell.
Welcome to Driftwood.
As long as you stay put, you'll be safe.
Are you sure? Them sorcerers from the caravan?
They'd be daft to come back. And as long as there's no sorcerers, there's no Voidwoken. You're fine as long as you don't go wandering.
This town looks peaceful enough. Let's find out if looks deceive.
My word, but you do looking. Have at it. Got yourself situated.
Have you anything that will protect against bullfight?
I can turn aside fire, cold and poison.
Smells worse over here than a dozen rotten eggs dropped in a vat of vinegar.
Cold steel.
Oh, don't come over. Not like you're buying anything.
If I don't come visit your ton, who will?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Keeping it together, Bree?
I'm all right, as long as I don't think about it too much.
You're safe among friends. Never forget it.
Yep.
Keeping it together, Bree?
I'm all right, as long as I don't think about it too much.
You're safe among friends. Never forget it. Smells worse over here than a dozen rotten eggs dropped in a vat of vinegar.
Oh, don't come over. Not like you're buying anything.
If I don't come visit your ton, who will?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Keeping it together, Bree?
I'm all right, as long as I don't think about it too much.
You're safe among friends. Never forget it.
There's a lot of coal for the junk you sell, then.
Junk? Why, I offer nothing less than the wisdom of the ancients, and
Vapid fiction, along with a large helping of ham.
Smells worse over here than a dozen rotten eggs dropped in a vat of vinegar.
Oh, don't come over. Not like you're buying anything.
If I don't come visit your ton, who will?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Keeping it together, Bree?
I'm all right, as long as I don't think about it too much.
You're safe among friends. Never forget it.
There's a lot of coal for the junk you sell, then.
junk? Why, I offer nothing less than the wisdom of the ancients, and
Vapid fiction, along with a large helping of ham.
Not in any mood to talk about it.
Keeping it together, Bree?
I'm all right, as long as I don't think about it too much.
You're safe among friends. Never forget it. Keeping it together, Bree?
I'm all right, as long as I don't think about it too much.
You're safe among friends. Never forget it.
Not in any mood to talk about it.
Keeping it together, Bree?
I'm all right, as long as I don't think about it too much.
You're safe among friends. Never forget it. How you holding up?
Not in any mood to talk about it.
You needing supplies? I'd stock up if I were you. It's madness out there. Anything more?
Your fish stinks of the voyage. What kind of rat would sell such filth?
How you holding up?
No, they don't fancy starving. Not in any mood to talk about it. It's all well and good for you with your rations. We've got to take what we can get.
Keep talking, dwarf, and you'll end up eating sawdust from a cell floor.
Smells worse over here than a dozen rotten eggs dropped in a vat of vinegar.
Come over. Not like you're frying anything.
Tell me, you heard any news?
I don't come visit your
Nothing
tongue.
good.
Who
Boys
will?
are everywhere. Wouldn't you like to know? Divine, you're here to protect us.
Yes, of course.
How you holding up?
Not in any mood to talk about it.
Divine order to march against the ancient empire! Hear ye! Bishop Alexander was slain by Seagulls! Culprits still at large!
Your fish stinks of the voyage.
How you
What
holding
kind
up?
of rat would sell such filth?
Not in any mood to talk about it.
starving along with the rest of this town.
It's all well and good for you with your rations. We've got to take what we can get.
Keep talking, dwarf, and you'll end up eating sawdust from a cell floor.
Just in the earth executes 2 dozen noblemen for insubordination!
Until later, then.
It smells worse over here than a dozen rotten eggs dropped in a vat of vinegar.
Oh, don't come over. Not like you're flying in nothing good. That boys woken are everywhere.
I don't come visiting, Tug. You will.
Oh, you're here to protect us. Wouldn't you like to know?
I? Yes. Keeping it together, Bree?
I'm all right, as long as I don't think about it too much.
You're safe among friends. Never forget. More humans. Just what we needed.
That's it. The barrels and the chests. On the double. You two, Julian.
Hope you ain't looking for work in this dying town. Besides, you ain't got the look of a fisher about.
You'd swear the shark was smiling at you.
Go on, you mute sacks of flesh. Put your backs into it. I'll not lose. The Lord Dread awaits. Its sails billow with...
The Magister stops, barking orders. He sniffs the air like a predator, turns to face you, the wolf eyeing the deer.
I'm going nowhere right at this moment. Nowhere since... Tell me, have you ever been strung up by the hands? Your body swinging like a bell's clapper as your bones are being broken with cast iron? I inquire because I enjoy painting a picture.
He licks his lips.
See, I'd like to string you up too. Rack you with rods and leave you dangling over a puddle of your own blood and piss. Oh, no, that won't do at all. I'm very good at what I do. There was a whiff of something in the air when you approached. Best convince me I was mistaken.
He leans in closer and...
Interesting. So I was mistaken. Very well. In that case, we'll forego the gallows, and seems peaceful here, doesn't it? But they do. Consider for a moment the dwarf. What is he? A mule? A beast of burden? But some defy that need of a rat catcher. Of course, I must depart post-haste, but Julian here will
Stay behind? But I've my order.
Like I said. And with that, I must be off. No hard feelings about the death threats, of course. How about we part shaking hands instead of stringing them up?
For a few moments, his hand hangs motionless.
Hard feelings it is. I'll remember. The time has come, my stitched-lip lovelies. We set sail. Get on board and man your stations.
Left behind like a dog. Blah. 7 curses upon that ship.
The Magister is rubbing the dirt off his robes, none the worse for wear, apparently, from...
You! The supposed source hunter! I'd be whining and dining aboard the Lord Dread if it weren't for you. Oh, I'm ever so pleased you changed. Now answer me. Did you meet with a Magister caravan on your way into town? By the Bishop's bones, you saw it! Out with it, man! What happened? Void woken. That means source was used. Which means something. Raymond, that old goat, always suspected there's more to the Driftwood Dwarves than meets the eye. Too many things have gone wrong along Reaper's Coast to attribute to bad luck. Magister ship sinking, weapons disappearing. Rumour has it the Dwarvian Queen herself is behind these acts of sabotage. That is what I want you to prove. They've always been snakes in the grass. Cheap labour, sure. And hard workers too. You know what Queen Justinia is like, surely. A tyrant and a master strategist to boot. There's a local thug, Lohar. He runs an operation out of his hideout beneath the...
It may be interesting to have a word with him. Find out what he's up to. Where I read...
It's wild territory. Remote and hostile. Where I believe... Should you find any such place, and better yet, proof that Lohar is working in behalf of Queen Justinia, you will be in that case. Go for it.
You'd swear the shark was smiling at you.
Mister.
The little boy looks at you.
You be careful. My dad... No, he's not. His daddy's a fisherman like most daddies around here. We're waiting for our friend. He went swimming all the way to Fort Joy.
That's what I said. Fort Joy. He's gonna find his coup.
How did you... Mister, have you seen our friend...
Tell them the truth about Joe. They have to grow up sometime.
The horror grows on...
No, that's a horrible thing to say. I bet it wasn't.
She bursts into tears, then looks from you to her and back again, then starts crying too.
I wish I could swim.
Keeping it together, Bree. You're safe among friends. Never forget it.
War's a brewing, my friend. Special prices for you, my friend. Gotta stick. War is
Smells
hell,
worse
my
over
friend,
here
but it's
than a
very
dozen
good for
rotten
business.
eggs dropped
Good
in
luck
a
to you.
vat of vinegar.
Then don't come over. Not like you're buying anything.
If I don't come visit your ton, who will?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Keeping it together, Bree. You're safe among friends. Never forget it.
Bishop Alexander was slain by singers. Culprits still alive.
together, really. I'm all right. As long as you're safe among friends. Never forget it. Smells worse over here than a dozen rotten eggs dropped in a vat of vinegar.
Then don't come over. Not like you're buying anything.
If I don't come visit your ton, who will?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Divine order to march against the ancient empire!
Protect against bullfighting. Like a toilet side fire, cold and hold still.
Bishop Alexander was slain by Seekers! Culprits still at large!
Keeping it together, Reed. I'm all right.
Your flesh stinks of the void. What kind of rat would sell such
You're
filth?
safe among friends.
The kind that don't fancy starving, along with the rest of this town. It's all well and good for you with your rations. We've got to take what we can get.
Keep talking, dwarf, and you'll end up eating sawdust from a cell floor.
Keeping it together, Reed. I'm all right. As long as you're safe among friends. Never forget.
Divine order to march against the ancient empire!
Keeping it together, Reed. I'm all right. As long as I don't think about it too much. You're safe among friends. Never forget it. Smells worse over here than a dozen rotten eggs dropped in a vat of vinegar.
Then don't come over. Not like you're buying. Well met, friend.
You look down.
It's free to look. Just don't touch nothing unless you're going to make my fair travels, friend.
Keeping it together, Reed. I'm all right. As long as I don't think about it too much.
There's a lot of call for the junk you sell, then.
You're safe among friends. Never forget it.
What? Latest news! Fresh, many a latest, my friend. The war, the bishop, 7 savers. Stabbed in the back, he was. Kill them all, I say. Do them like Magister Raymond. I mean, they doomed us all.
You can't go in there, mister. The Meister isn't home and the Magister's locked her house up for her. They was very angry about it. They said mean things about the Meister. She's my friend. She was one of the Magisters once. She was very... But then she stopped that and just stayed in the house all the time. I'm not allowed outside the village.
She's not.
When the wind blows from over the stream, I can hear her.
She gives you a look of the darkest meaning. Then she takes a deep breath.
Hey, wanna play? She's outside the gates. I can't go outside the gates. It's very dangerous. When the wind blows from, I can hear her.
She gives you a...
Yes?
Hey, wanna play?
Reaper's Coast lies nearby. The wood.
I think so. Friedemann used source magic to keep when I was an ancestor tree. The mother tree.
Smells worse over here.
Bellwether, I need those reports, Captain.
I'm watching you, stranger.
Surrounded by incompetence, I deserve a better posting.
The Magister startles, realizing there's a stranger in his midst.
What do you want? You can't just come in here as you please. There's Magisters missing. I'm trying to conduct a bloody Get yourself together. We still have cells for you to be thrown into. Now answer me, why are you here? People are missing out there. Sworn Magisters. Keep your jest to yourself. You've no decency at all. Or how about gold? Do you care about that? There's a reward for putting an end to this mess. Maybe you can succeed where Barwill and her comrades are failing. The Fiend's greed gave him away. He was peddling items that belonged to those missing from our ranks. He saw my men before they could seize him and fled. Hardly. By all accounts, he seemed like just another money-grubbing nobody. He must have caught my Magister. No matter. He'll face justice either way. If you... Well, do you know anything? Stop wasting my time. Bellwether, I need those reports, damn it.
Right away.
Belson, my inkwell is dry. Fetch me some more.
Away.
Oh, great, a citizen. Can't you see I'm on a break here?
She narrows her eyes and...
You ever seen a void woken up close? I have. Barely escaped with my life.
She raises her eyebrows, clearly impressed, despite...
It's always sorcerers. They get into every nook...
As if anticipating a negative response, she...
Now, don't get me wrong. I'm sure life's no picnic for them either. But I've heard it all before.
She nods at you curtly. Head nodding drowsily, the Magister brings her voluminous sleeve up to her face. She sniffs loudly and suddenly jerks to attention.
They won't take me unawares. I'm ready for anything. See? I haven't stepped in. Why, whoever's snatching Magisters off the street and disappearing them? 6 lost in a...
Waving you away,
I'm on a break now, Yvette. You better not fall asleep on your watch.
Belson, my inkwell is dry. Fetch me some more.
Away.
start with you.
Rat!
The Magister turns to you with a scowl. He already seemed immensely displeased, and your interjection isn't improving his mood.
What?
The Magister glances at you like you're something...
Keep out of it! executes 2 dozen noblemen for insubordination.
Glad to see you well. Anything more? Until later, then.
Yes, yes, of course. Smells worse over here than a
Buying or
dozen
selling? Capital.
in a vat of vinegar.
Good luck to you.
Then don't come over. Not like you're buying anything.
If I don't come visit your ton, who will?
Wouldn't you like to know?
March against the ancient empire!
Keeping it together, please. I'm all right. You're safe among friends. Never
Hear ye! Hear ye! Bishop Alexander was slain by Seekers! Culprits still at large!
keeping it together, please. I'm all right, as long as I don't think about it too much. You're safe among friends. Never forget it.
Hear ye! Hear ye! Queen Justinia executes 2 dozen noblemen for insubordination.
Smells worse over here than a dozen rotten eggs dropped in a vat of vinegar.
Then don't come over. Not like you're buying anything.
If I don't come visit your ton, who will?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Keeping it together, please. I'm all right.
Hear ye! Divine
You're safe
order
among
to march
friends.
against the
Never
ancient
forget.
empire! Hear ye! Hear ye! Bishop Alexander was slain by Seekers! Culprits still at large!
Smells worse over here than a dozen rotten eggs dropped in a vat of vinegar.
Then don't come over. Not like you're buying anything.
If I don't come visit your ton, who will?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Hear ye! Queen Justinia executes 2 dozen noblemen for insubordination! Hear ye! Hear ye! Divine order to march against the ancient empire!
Keeping it together, please. I'm all right. As long as I don't too much. You're safe among friends. Never forget it. Keeping it together, please. I'm all right.
Bishop Alexander was slain by
You're safe among friends.
Culprits
Never
still
forget
at large!
it.
Hear ye! Queen Justinia executes 24 noblemen for insubordination!
Keeping it together, Reed. You're safe among friends. Never forget it.
Smells worse over here than a dozen rotten eggs dropped in a vat of vinegar.
Then don't come over. Not like you're buying anything.
If I don't come visit your ton, who will?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Keeping it together, Reed. I'm all right. You're safe among friends. Never forget it.
Hear ye! Hear ye! Bishop Alexander was slain by seagulls!
Your fish stinks of the void. What kind of rat would sell such filth?
Kind that don't
Our
fancy
shield
stock.
speak!
It's all well and good for you with your rations. We've got to take what we can get.
So you let that eating sawdust from a cell floor.
Ah.
Keeping it together, Reed. I'm all right.
Queen Justinia
You're safe among friends. Never forget it.
for insubordination!
Keeping it together, Reed. I'm all right. As long as I don't get too much. You're safe among friends. Never forget it.
Hear ye! Divine order to march against the ancient empire!
How you holding up?
Not in any mood to talk about it.
Hear ye! Hear ye! Bishop Alexander was slain by seagulls! Culprits didn't last!
Smells worse over here than a dozen rotten eggs dropped in a vat of vinegar.
Then don't come over. Not like you're buying anything.
I don't come visit your ton. Who will?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Keeping it together, Reed. I'm all right.
Your fish stinks of the void. What kind of rat would sell such filth?
The kind that don't fancy starving, along with the rest of this town. It's all well and good for you with your rations. We've got to take what we can get.
How you holding up?
From you let that eating sawdust from a cell floor.
Not in any mood to talk about it.
Glad to see you well. Until later then.
Keeping it together, Reed.
I'm all right, as long as I don't think about it too much.
You're safe among friends. Never forget it.
Have you anything that will protect against void?
Smells worse over here than a dozen rotten eggs dropped in a vat of vinegar.
Back for a return visit, are you?
Buying anything?
Yep.
Keeping it together, Bree? I'm all right, as long as I don't think about it too much. You're safe among friends. Never forget it. How you holding up?
You poor dwarf. Do you even know what they've done to you?
A Magister guard approaches. Behind her, on the gallows, 2 lizards. One in a Magister uniform hangs dead from her neck. The other hangs from her hands, still alive.
Step away from the prisoner! She's hanging by her hands because the boss don't want her dead just yet. She's a tough one, Master Seaver. She's a seeker, and she's a bloody traitor. You're going to... what, now? She betrayed Alexander. I'd sooner die than free her. I'll regret this, I know.
The lizard hangs from the gibbet, her face blooded and her scales discoloured.
Welcome to Driftwood.
One bloody eye cracks open.
Chased you all the way here from... Or indeed you could stand there gawping as if you were a cow ordered to dance a reel. This is a masterful performance. I would applaud it, but well... Be quick about it. Who knows when that Magister might return? God's teeth, it feels good to move again. Now, let's scurry off before that Magister wanders back. Meet me at my hoop.
There's one unaffected egg behind them. Perhaps there's still a chance. smart little egg.
Baby's gone! Stolen! Help! 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 Ah! Transform!
She leaps up and grabs the egg with her foot, kicking.
Shh! Little baby.
She cocks a black eye up at you.
Thank you. I have something for you. Something I buried. Unless some other scratch lick.
What's this? I found something.
How you holding up?
Not in any mood to talk about it.
The Meister's back. She doesn't feel like...
The Meister sits slumped in a chair, looking around the room as she works her shoulder with one hand. It looks like it was dislocated by the gallows.
Damnable red cloak baboons ransacking my wardrobes, as if I would keep ancient valuable secrets.
She takes a deep breath, and with a twist, a click, and a screech of pain, reaching across the table, she pulls a bowl of hot water towards her and fishes some bandages.
At least the barbarians were unable to club their way into my vault, so everything you need should be safe. In your case, more than I suspect, man, god or even reptile, it is not enough to be god-woken in order to ascend to divinity.
As she speaks, the Meister uncorks a vial of shimmering liquid, sauce. She lets a couple of drops fall on. She stares at the empty spot on her palm for a long moment before turning back to you.
A process by which god-woken may ascend. It begins with discovering your deepest self, delving into your own soul. We shall begin once we have the tools we need from my vault. You may have been chosen God-woken, but becoming divine requires... Come, God-woken. It is time. Fortunately, the Magisters pay as much attention to art as they do to fashion. Kindly remove that painting from the wall.